e puli kākou. No laila e kia kua mana loa me kau keiki hiwa me kau ahane he malele au māku me le kini kua pau. Me no kākou kupuna o hala ia kia kua, no ko lako paahana nui, no ko lako no e au i ka hawa ia mai a mākou. No ka hana mai kai, no ka hana koi, no ka hana e imi ana i na mea pono ia me na palo lei. No ko mākou mo heau Hawaii a pau. O ia hoi. Ma loko nei no ka hana o ko kākou oli o Joana Kuhio kalani ana ole. Mahalo mākou ia. No kona na au i nā mea me ke aloha, me ka haa, a me ka eu ho i ke akua. No nā mea pono i no ka mākou po e Hawaii a pau. No ka aina ho o pulo e ho o kululu ai. No nā hana i ka nā mea lahui o ka Hawaii, mahalo nui no nā mea apau i hana mau ai. No laila ke akua, e olo ke hopo mai ka ia mākou no ke iahi. A ka haui ana mai a mākou i ka mahalo nui, me ka olu, no nā hana lau lima ana, no ke ia ho lau lea, no ka ho ike ana no ke iahi. No laila, i lo kai no me kau keiki hiwa me ko hane me le au mākou me kini a kua pau, me no ka kākou a li ha pau, no ko la ko hana mai ka ia. Amene. Himeni kākou. Ho nani ka maku a mau, ke ki me ka uhane no, ke aku a mau ho mai ka ipu, ko ke au, ko ke lau. Mahalo.
O hano ka mauna ke o pu'ua e ka mauna ke o a ke a ki kane o papabalinu ka bai. Hano o ku he bahine, hano halo a heali, hano ka mauna he keiki mauna nage. O ka lili o a ke ka hei ka hala o ke kukula awana me ka nei o kai loko ka ikiku he e wa ke a ka lewo kono ua mui e ka ne ua e ka ne ho i mai o a ke o loko lani mo moi wa ke moi a papa hanau kalana wa ke he kiki kapunagi o ka uruna o a ke ana ke ano hanau ka mauna he kiki makai a po kapunagi o ia hoi ka mauna hanau ka mauna o ka mauna awane i ko lalo nei la, o waila awane i ko luna nei, o ka la, aia hoi ha. Ulia gana lua, ulia ia loida ni, mi hia kubua o luna nei, o vai kubua o luna nei. O ilio o Kūhiō a vivi ulaugalani o ganako ka mauna na wau ka ulau na giolani kuai e wale ka mini mo va i gubina o ai mu i lawai una vai nei kapai le na yalo e ko le mai lau o ia yalo kana wana ugiola e ola o ia ola ola ola
Mai ka pina kala I hae ai ka mole o le hua velina. Au hea wale o ko e ka po e aloha I ka aina. Mai ka moku nui o ki ave no pi ilani no molo ka inui a hina me lana I kaula. O ko no o ahu alua me maili kukahi. No ka wai o ka maa wai lua lani. Me ni iha o ka eo kulani. A hiki aku ke kailoa no ka aino o leka. He leo aloha no e. Greetings to each of you this evening from Hawaii to Ni'ihau, to the distant shores on the North American continent. O wau no mahina Paishan Duart, your co-host alongside cousin Puka, the most talented Puka Asing Kahau. That's right. Stay with us for the next few hours and make sure, if you haven't told your hoaloha, your neighbors, your ohana to join us, please go ahead and share this link with them from your homes or wherever you may be joining us from. We are here to honor Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalaniana Ole and to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1921. Hanohano Kuhio!
And we are truly excited to showcase some of Hawaii's most beloved artists and have a full cast of Homestead talent, including Auntie Marian Kanani Kapuniai. We have Natalie Ai Kamau and Iolani Kamau, the Lim family, Zachary and Raiatea Helm, the Hamakua Napoleon Ohana, here all the way from Molokai. We have also Tita Kainani Kauhana Ele from Mano Okalani Po. We have Jeff Peterson, Del Beasley, Jeff Rasmussen, Darren Benitez, Matt Sanchez, Moke Kamealoha, Pomaikai Keawe, John Cruz, and much, much more. And also introducing our house band, Lena Robbins Tamure, Casey Olsen, Aina Asing, Kamanao Sarsona, and Kapua Kalua, mai ohana. And before we get into the first guest artist, we want to mahalo our presenting sponsor, the Papakolea Community Development Corporation. Hanohano Kuhio is an initiative of the Kupu'ae Hawaiian Language Project. Papakolea Community Development Corporation, supported by the U.S. Department of Education, Native Hawaiian Education Program, the U.S. Administration for Native Americans, Native American Languages Program. He mahalo piha ia PCDC.
Mahalo.
All right, mahalo. We also wish to mahalo Uncle Aaron Mahi and Kia Aloha Kaholo I Kahiki Mossman for opening our Papa Hana. Makakawi, okay.
Right.
Hui. Hele oi.
Hemai.
Okay, and now we are delighted to bring to the stage and to Kanani Kapuniai, a Waimea Hawaii homesteader from the famous Ki Pu'upu'u and Pu'ukapu Waimea Homestead. And to Kanani Kapuniai will be singing Ku'uhome o Keau Kaha with hula from Carissa Coleman, both from Papakolea and Keau Kaha homesteads. So as we makaukau, how's about a round of applause for Auntie? Auntie, hele oi, Auntie. And so Auntie's going to share a little mo'olelo for everyone. And she came all the way from Waimea. That's my second home, or sometimes my first home. So, Auntie.
Aloha, everyone. Today we gather to honor Prince Jonah Kūhiō Kalani Anaole, who in my eyes was a modern-day warrior who performed the kuleana of a political strategist, focusing on serving the needs of many homeless, landless Hawaiians. Prince Kuhio, like his ali'i predecessors, was a servant leader, a leader who is focused on serving others, a leader who identifies and meets the needs of others. On April 15, 1920, Prince Kuhio championed in the United States Congress, with the assistance of many dedicated colleagues, for a homesteading program to rehabilitate the Hawaiian race. And that was the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920. And this program would set aside approximately 200,000 acres of land made available for farming and ranching, would place the people back on the Aina for a life of self-sustainability, and would assist development of homesteads by providing loan funding to build a permanent home, purchase livestock or farm equipment. I, a successor lessee of a primary and an additional acreage pastoral lease, along with my ohana, are grateful stewards of Hawaiian homelands. These leases affords us to enjoy shelter, opportunities for developing and implementing skills on animal husbandry, marketing, and assisting others. Well, how did this start? My husband, Duke, sold his street and dirt bikes for a horse and engaged in another trade, ranching. A bike could never take you wherever a horse can take you. Duke's mother, Henrietta Lahapa Amoy Kapuniai, always encouraged him with, "You will get your ranch," and it happened. Enjoying the gift of a homesteader includes the kuleana of joining and participating in our homestead associations and involving self with doings of the Hawaiian Homes, Department of Hawaiian Homes Lands, and the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Those entities whose only kuleana is to implement the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, as amended, for the benefit of the beneficiaries, as well as keeping the land trust whole. With this gift, I took advantage to engage in advocacy. In conclusion, I will recognize other modern-day warrior advocates. Kamaki Kanahele and his mom, Auntie Aggie Cope, Uncle Sonny Kaniho, and Robin Danner. Mahalo Anui Loa. I was asked to share why I chose this particular mele, Ku'uhomi o Keokaha, since I am in Waimea. Well, I select this mele. It's so wonderful. He Nani No. The music is simple, melodic, easy to harmonize, and complements the message of each line. Kupuna Nahalea expresses his great appreciation for Prince Kuhio and his efforts in every line of verse. Kupuna Nahalea asks that we cherish this gift and that we work together with love, perpetuating the life of the land in righteousness. He Nani No.
This is a homestead, lands for Hawaiians. A home that's lush of hala and danis groves. Admired in the eyes of the people. Beloved chief, for you, the many descendants of Hawaii, we must take care this treasure that is ours. This is a sanctuary, a refuge of life. We are forever grateful to you, our beloved chief. And his name echo throughout the land. Kalani Anahola. For let's work together. Aloha. Love for the land, love for its people. As our motto says, the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness.
Mahalo nui, Anake, Kanani, Ame Carissa, Coleman. Thanks to you, our virtual concert has opened up just exquisitely and with so much panache. Oya hoi. As your hosts, we wanted to make this evening not only fun and entertaining, but educational too. Cousin Puka and I will be weaving historical and contemporary information for your enjoyment. Born on March 26, 1871 in Koloa, Kauai, to High Chief David Kahalepoli Pi'ikoi and Princess Kinoiki Kekaulike, Prince Kuhio grew to become a dedicated servant to his lahui and the land that raised him. In his youth, he attended St. Albans College in Honolulu and Oahu College. In 1880, he, along with his two brothers, Ke'eli'ahonu and Kawananakoa, were sent to schools around the world as a result of their uncle, King Kalakaua's Hawaiian Youth Abroad program.
We know that our ali'i were trained to engage in wide-ranging academic topics such as politics, geography, language, and law. Kūhiō was no different. He was described in many writings from his time in American and English boarding schools as having a brilliant mind for business and was an excellent athlete in sports like football, marksmanship, and horseback riding. Our Papakolea Homestead community also values being skillful in the classroom as well as on the field. The Papakolea community prides itself in youth, sports, health and wellness, and culture and the arts.
So here, representing Papakolea, son and daughter-in-law of the late hula master, Hoakalei Kamau'u, whom are also multi-Nahoku Hanohano winning artists and community advocates. Natalie A'i Kamau'u, followed by one of Ho'olehua Molokai's finest, the Ohana Hamakua Napoleon.
So as we makaukau our cousins Natalie and Io, anybody watch the news last night? No? Okay, oh well. Well, we was on the news yesterday. Kamakapili had come down and interview us, and we got to share some mana'o. And it was quite a wonderful bala'au session. Yeah, Lilia? Yes. Yes. Even though we did 20 takes, you know. I'm so happy to see a lot of our ohana in the audience. You know, we have we see the Wai'au family, the right ohana that we haven't seen a lot in a long time from Papakolea. Aloha, cousins. And as we celebrate Kuhio, it's always wonderful to have ohana around and good food. We like this. How's a round of applause for the food that has been prepared? Sorry, virtual land, you guys cannot see, but a lot of the people in the community of Papakolea had hana the food for us to partake this evening. So our live audience, when you are ready to hele pa'ina, hele oko, kena need weight. You guys look a little bit too tight over there. Relax. Make some noise.
Cousin, what we have to eat?
Okay, so we have pinakbet.
Pinakbet, okay.
Sari.
Some ono Hawaiian food, yeah.
We have squid luau. You know, we got some he'eg that came in all the way from the northern Hawaiian islands, the salty. We got kalua pig. We got chicken long rice, lomi salmon, poke. We got some kulolo that came all the way in from cousin Kaina Makua,
yes.
Yeah? And what's the
Aloha Aina Poi Company.
Yes, Aloha Aina Poi Company.
Love them, love their company, love the values that they stand for.
Yes.
So please, ohana over here, our live audience, please, pa'ina, pupa'akai kako, and kalamaya, those who are joining us virtually, you just need to come to Kawaii and we can share in a meal together.
How's this? Okay. How about put your hands together for our cousins Natalie and Iolani, everybody.
Aloha, everyone. We're so happy to be here. And I'm going to be completely honest. When we walked through the door, I was surprised to see people, real alive people sitting here after hearing that this was going to be online. And this is the first live performance. And that it can be to honor Prince Kuhio and the gift that he has given us is so appropriate. And Puka asked us, sing songs about places that are heartfelt to you. And 3 years ago, we were given land in Waimea. Our plans are still being permitted. We turned in our plans in February, and we're still waiting. But I can wait because I have a lifetime more to live in beautiful Waimea, where my family, my ohana, is from. So we're going to share songs about that place that calls to us every day as we sit waiting in Eva Beach to make our trek over to beautiful Waimea. And if I cheat, I'm sorry.
Nani vale, nili
I cannot express the gift that I have received because of Prince Kuhio. It took me 10 years to write this next song, and it began with just my grandmother's name, Uhivai. And every time I began it, I was stuck there. I started it too late. I waited until she passed. And then I began to not like Waimea at all, because I thought, if I go to Waimea, she's not gonna be there. I don't wanna be there without my grandma. I have such beautiful memories of times we spent together there. I said, I'll never go to Waimea again. But then I had to go for business. Begrudgingly, not even looking at all the beauty, closing my makas. And we were staying at the Kamuela Inn, in the corner room on the second floor. And I was so sad. We got there at night, and I was happy because I couldn't see. Everything was dark. And in the morning when I opened my eyes, I was so heavy with sorrow until I looked out the window and I saw the Uhiwai surrounding me and the Kamuela Inn. And I knew then that she was always there. She would always be there. And then to receive our 10,001 square feet of land was a huge blessing. So this is for you, Grandma, because I'm coming home to you. Oh, he no ne ke aloha no ka ua. Oh,
Mahalo, cousins. Thank you. One more round of applause for Natalie and Iolani. Love you guys. Now they got to go home and prepare for a Zoom concert in Japan. How's that one? Because over there is July 10th. So, at this time, I'd like to call upon two of my ohana over here. And we have Lani and Malia, and they're homesteaders as well. We're going to have them share some mo'olelo of where they're from and their ohana and the moku'ahau. And they're also olelo makuahine. So, ina mamake olelo, mai.
Aloha kako. Ai, o wau na ho'i keia o ka meha ililani mai au, o Phyllis. Phyllis, ka meha ililani mai au. Kai ka mahine hi apo a Clifford kalani mai au laua o Eileen Pidi aloha right. No ka aina uka papa I po'ai ia e na manu ko lea no ho'i mai au. O ia ho'i o Papakolea. Woo woo! Ai. He wahi mamo wau no ka ohana right o John Whitney ka ula'au right la'ua o Kana Wahine o Pearl Kamaile ke kaha right me ka la'ua keiki ka nehi apo o Samuel Pili aloha right me Kana Wahine aloha o Phyllis Eileen ka meha ililani hale manu sidade he ohana hale manu ke kahi e o e ka ohana hale manu no Iosepa Utah a me ka ohana right ka ula'au no Papakolea. Eia mai au, he wahine aina ho'o pula pula. Ha'aheo no, aina ho'o pula pula. Ina manawa a pau. O ia, ai. Maki hapai mana'o no ka mahalo. No ka mo'olelo o ka u'ohana ma ka au right. No e ono hanauna I noho ai ma ka aina uka. Mamua o ka aina ho'o pula pula, yeah? I don't know if people know that. He mo'olelo o ko'aya. Papakolea wasn't necessarily on the original Homestead Act. And that's a little tidbit for people to mana o vai vai. So we kind of the latecomers to the show, yeah? And ina lewa Kuhio 1936 is when Papakolea was added to the Homestead Act through lots of hard work by many ohana who were referred to as squatters at that time. But, if squatters in Hawaiian is noho pa'a, then right on. Kako ke la. Noho pa'a. Yeah, and so our ohana and the aina I currently, like I'd live anyplace else, the aina we live on is lot 73 for Papakolea, and that's from the Au Halemanu, Sidade, and I'm gonna probably guess, because I haven't actually done the Makimakiko, but I'm gonna guess maybe half of Papakolea is related to me. That's what it feels like when you're driving around and you're saying aloha to everybody, but Papakolea is a gem. It's in the middle of town and middle of city, but it really has a nice country vibe to it. Don't speed when you're driving through, yeah? You're trying to get to the other side. Please no speed, because we get plenty keiki all around. and we have kupuna as well. And Papakolea has been very progressive in its work that it does to ho'ola olelo Hawaii, to monitor and support and improve the health and the living situation of the elders in our community. I totally want to give a shout out to all the people Ma Papakolea who help it run daily. I see people like Lilia, I see people like Faith, I see Auntie Cousin Haumana student every day. I don't know, your name always changes, okay? And so all the people who contribute and help to make Papakolea a greater place to be. So I'm super ha'aheo to be from Papakolea. My dad and I are here to represent the ohana this evening, and we are honored and blessed. This is my hoatita, my kua'ana. This is Malia, and she get plenty homestead connections she can vala'au about. Go ahead, T.
Aloha kako, o wau no o Malia no Briga Olivera, he kama keia no ka mokupuni ho'i o Kauai no ke awawa ho'i o Hana Pepe. Ha'aheo no keia I ka noho ana ma ke la aina ka ho'i ana I ka piko ho'i. I'm just really happy to be a part of this celebration, and I think for me, Prince Kuhio has really been an influence, especially in the last 20, 30 years, because I have been around for now 50 years. Kana lima makahiki. But I think in the last 30 years, as a proud member of the Hawaiian Civic Clubs, Prince Kuhio has really brought our ohana together to learn more about our legacy and our mo'olelo of our aina, and to also learn about how to kupa'a for our mo'olelo and just all of our cultural practices, our loina Hawaii. And I think I don't personally live on aina ho'opulapula. However, my dad grew up in Waimanalo, and my grandmother married Kahoi and was married to her second husband was Grandpa Archie Tanabe, and they still live on Aina Ho'opulapula in Waimanalo. So aloha to all of our ohana in Waimanalo, also to Auntie Elaine, Kahele, Ke Aloha Ma, and all of them that have just always welcomed us in, and that's what I love. Like recently we were in Waimanalo for the Waimanalo Sunset Jams, and that was an amazing experience where we got to just be on the Aina and hear Mele Hawaii, and again honor all of the Kaiaulu, the community there. So in Hanapepe we also have Hawaiian Homestead, so aloha to the Ka'ohi Ohana, and so many of our family and friends that live there in Hanapepe, Kauai, and to all of our Ohana Ni'ihau that also are a part of our Kaiaulu that are able to ola and to ho'ola maka'olelo Hawaii kekahi, no leila nui ko mako mahalo I ka ohana o ka nani Beniamina ma na ohana apau hoi ina hoa o wau e ho'opalapala ina inoa a ue poina ia ana ke la mau inoa apau. But nui keia mahalo ia oko apau no keia akoakoa ana ea ma ke ano he ho'olaule ano ka ho'omana'o ana ia Kuhio. Ke aloha no.
And I think the big ha'awina for all of us, especially for those of you who are away on the continent and who aren't home, Kuhio stands as a reminder for all of us that we can be kupa'a for our people, and sometimes we gotta be kupa'a away, yeah? So Kuhio's hard work in DC and coming home and always keeping in mind in the forefront of his ideas, his responsibility to his ohana, responsibility to his aina, and the responsibility to this fabric called Hawaii. So all of the Hawaiians, I oa ia ne'i, kokoke mai, a mamau aku, you have a kuleana, and Kuhio is a great role model for all of us to kia, to focus on, to draw inspiration from, because he is keli'i maka'aina na, because we were at the forefront of his thoughts at all times. And so, aloha Kuhio, aloha kako.
Ai, aloha.
Mahalo nui, cousins Malia and Lani. Mahalo nui, and it's all about family and ohana, and as they shared with you a little moku auhau things, yeah, which leads us to the next ohana. We are so fortunate to have this ohana share with us. They are from the first Anahola or the first Hawaiian homestead, and that's. Anybody guess where is the first Hawaiian homestead and what island? Okay, Molokai, what's the name of the first Hawaiian homestead? It is Ho'olehua. Ho'olehua is the first Hawaiian homestead, and we are so fortunate to have the Hamakua Napoleon Ohana and Tita Avapui and her siblings, and just get ready for this beautiful nahi music that they will be sharing with us. Round of applause for Avapuhi and Ohana.
Aloha mai kako, o mako ka ohana hamakua Napoleon, o wau o Avapuhi mele. This is my brother Uaya Keola and Po'okela. We are so very thankful to have been invited to share in mele tonight with you folks. And so our ohana, we grew up in the Kamilaloa homestead with our our grandma and grandpa Hamakua and grandma and grandpa Napoleon, their homesteads were there in Kamiloloa. Grandma Luana was the president for the Kamiloloa Homesteaders Association for years and years. I'm pretty sure that that exact same size portrait of Kuhio was the one in our house. It was bigger than anybody else's picture. Nobody was that important. Kuhio was always a super special time in our family, a super special day, and Grandma helped to coordinate La Kuhio for many, many, many years, and so it was just a part. It was just a part of life. One great thing about Mele is it not only honors people that we love, places that we love, but it also holds mo'olelo. And so the mele that we'd like to share for you folks tonight is entitled Kalei Momi o Ho'olehua. It was written by Anake Vanda Wahinekui Pua Hanakahi, and with kokua from Kumujan Ka'imi Kaua. And this mele honors the mo'olelo of preparing Ho'olehua to become a homestead. And so the mo'olelo is that if the task was given, okay, make Ho'olehua ready. And if it couldn't happen, then it wouldn't be able to happen anywhere. And so there was a group of ohana that came from Oahu, tried to make the aina ready, and there were 3 obstacles that they faced, couldn't, came back. And so it was a group of ohana from Nawai'eha o Maui who came, and through fasting and prayer and faith, the kupuna say they literally walked the rain back to Ho'olehua. And so we share for you Kalei Momi o Ho'olehua. Mai ke kai po Homio ho'olehua. So taking it back to our grandma Luana, she was, like grandmothers are, they're very influential in our life. And so she told me, if you ever go out and write a song, your first song better be about Molokai because that's who made you. So we leave you folks tonight with the first song I ever wrote for Molokai, Hanohano, Eo Molokai. Mahalo again for having us. These guys gotta go run to the plane after this, so I'm gonna drop them off and then I'll come back, Paina. Mahalo again. Moi mali e o halava I kala I hilu hilu moa ula I kanoe
Mahalo nui.
Mahalo nui.
Mahalo apa puhi mele mahalo nui a oko.
Ai, mahalo nui e ka ohana. Mahalo nui e ka ohana ha makua Napoleon. Ike ia kanani ka maha o ia aina o Molokai. Mamuli ka o ko leo. A mena mele o ke kupuna. Ola mau ka aina ho pula pula I ke mele Hawaii. So let's return to our ha'awina of Prince Kuhio. After returning home from England, Prince Kuhio became a close confidant and advisor to Queen Lili'uokalani and served on the royal cabinet as the minister of the kingdom's Department of the Interior. And in 1893, during the illegal overthrow and military occupation of the Kingdom of Hawaii, Prince Kuhio, alongside John Wise and leader Robert Willie Koki, led a small rebellion against the provisional government in an attempt to restore the rightful authority to the Queen.
Although their efforts failed and Prince Kuhio was temporarily imprisoned, it was in serving his time that he met Chiefess Elizabeth Kahanu Kaleiwahi Ka'awai, who he eventually married following his release in 1899. Faced with uncertainty about the future of his kingdom on the eve of annexation and coping with the sudden deaths of his beloved cousin, Princess Ka'iulani and Queen Kapiolani, Prince Kuhio left Hawaii with Kahanu and did not return for years. In this time, he spent a prolonged honeymoon with his wife, traveling throughout the world until 1901 when Kuleana caught him back home.
So,
sad, yeah.
Tragic story. Cousin, did you know that upon his arrival in Washington, D.C., Prince Kuhio witnessed firsthand the blatant racism and prejudice that was prevalent, absolutely prevalent in American society at the time? Representatives, in fact, would refuse to recognize him just because of the skin of his color.
Oh, why? They thought he was
Hanohano.
popolo.
Yeah, pela paha. Mai ka ino ka ili ula.
Oh, yeah, ka ili uli.
Me ka ili papa ake
Yeah.
Ai.
Aloha. Although he had many different legislative interests, he most forcefully advocated for Native Hawaiians and a form of reparations, for the great loss and struggle from the introduction of European disease and the changes in their culture. After many denials of accommodations for his people, Prince Kuhio became greatly frustrated with the priorities and lack of attention of his Haole Republican peers, both in Hawaii and in their DC lobbying offices. Through these frustrations and wanting to see a tangible change for his people in his lifetime, Kuhio began advocacy for homesteaders facing discrimination from plantations. This advocacy eventually culminated in his famous accomplishment, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1921, a bill that Prince Kuhio achieved despite the influence and attempted intervention of his Haole peers. The prince also founded the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs in 1918 to encourage civic engagement of Kanaka Maoli, which still thrives today.
All right. So today, many Kanaka continue to advocate on behalf of Kanaka Maoli and Kama'aina alike at local levels and throughout Hawaii's U.S. and through Hawaii's U.S. congressional delegation. You too, e ku'ulahui, can petition your interests. You too can advocate for the pono of our people and of our aina. In front of you, you should be seeing a bunch of URLs. So please go ahead, and if you want to contact any of our congressional delegate members, please do so. We also have, if you didn't know, we have an office in DC that's staffed by a chief advocate representing Office of Hawaiian Affairs. And so these folks are in these offices to represent all of us. However, we need to do our part and engage and utilize folks that are in these various offices
to go ahead and promote the interests of our people on Aina, particularly in Aina Pula Pula. So at this time, we'd like to bring on a special guest. He's a luthier by trade, a luthier. That's not a common term that we hear very often. Kylan Reese is known for his recent contemporary work in uplifting and bringing life to the pages and to the songs and to the compositions of many famed and esteemed composers and musicians of the Hawaiian Kingdom era and just after. So Kylan also represents a hui called Sovereign Strings, and he's here to talk about a very special piece in relation to Prince Kuhio.
Put your hands together for Kylan Reese, everyone. He's my brother from another mother and another father.
Mahalo
Look,
nui.
same color of skin. Oi hoi.
I'm very honored to be here, Puka and Mahina, at this very wonderful Vai Collective, which has been a rehearsal space for the Sovereign String movement for many years, and a place that I come with my computer to sit and work sometimes. So, Mahina mentioned that my vocation is that of a luthier, which is not the same thing as a Lutheran, for those of you who... Luthiers build and restore stringed instruments, and we're very blessed to spend a lot of our time with these very sacred entities of wire and wood that, in all truth, will most likely outlast all of us. Their lives transcend centuries oftentimes, and their stories, their message, their voice connects us to those who have come before and those who will come after us. I've been very honored in my work with the Kealakai Center for Pacific Strings, our nonprofit organization, to take stewardship of instruments like this. And this is a guitar that was made roughly around 1910 for His Royal Highness Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalani Anaole. This guitar was made specifically for the prince by a man named Manuel Nunez. And for those of you who know the story of the ukulele in Hawaii, Manuel Nunez is often credited with inventing the ukulele in Hawaii. He came here in 1879, arrived at the waterfront district, and started building instruments. He was building his native Portuguese machete and braguinha and rajau. And before long, people like King Kalakaua fell in love with these small instruments and started designing and sharing ideas. How can these instruments be bigger, louder, more powerful? And what's really become clear to me in this research is that the goal of these royal Hawaiian troubadours, Nalani Eha's generation and the children who came after, they needed more powerful tools to take care of that message, that Hawaiian vision of the musical arts that they wanted to share with the world. And these guitars, they tell that story of becoming more powerful, bigger, louder. This guitar, made in 1910, is by far the deepest bodied steel string acoustic guitar from that era that I've ever seen. And for luthiers who study the shapes, the contours that surround and support the sound, these things become like signatures to us, and we can trace these shapes back to people like Jonah Kuhio. This is a all solid koa, top, back, and sides. The neck is curly koa, the bridge, the fingerboard. And then in luthery, when we see a certain embellishment like this, we call it a mustache. I think Manuel Nunez was giving a little tribute to the prince. What do you think? But it also has inlaid in marquetry and koa, a nautical star. And one thing that's become very significant to me about Prince Kuhio's generation of royal Hawaiian troubadours, they were taking this royal Hawaiian vision of music to every corner of the globe. Sailing the seas with their wooden vessels of wire and wood. These ipu, yeah? And what I like to tell my friends on the continental United States, you know, Polynesians and Hawaiians have been designing wave-riding vessels for thousands of years. This is just the most recent incarnation of a sound wave riding vessel. So I'd like to make a special note, too, that our vision with our nonprofit, when we have the stewardship and the care of an instrument like this, is to honor its voice, is to care for its body and its structure so that its voice can live on. This guitar for about 100 years has been in the care of different haole families in closets, stored. And it's a tragedy because look at, we have ukus have crawled into the neck, we have split seams. But our vision is to restore this voice of this instrument and then put it in the hands of our young people so they can connect with this story. They can connect with the voice of this instrument and write new songs to carry on the vision of Prince Kuhio. So, mahalo nui. And I wanted to take, do we have a little more time? Yes.
Actually, I had a question for you.
Okay.
I wanted you to share about Mekia Kealakai,
Okay.
especially who has been, I guess, the entertainers or those guitarists that's been inspired by that special guitar. Tell them about that. Give me this.
Well, when we talk about Prince Kuhio, he was part of a generation of musicians. Mekia Kealakai, David Nape, Solomon Hiram, Samuel Kamakeia, all this incredible gang of musicians who came up mentored by Nalani Eha's generation, trained in the Royal Hawaiian Musical Arts, students of Henry Berger and the Royal Hawaiian Band. That generation, starting in really 1895, set out across the continental United States, spreading the music and message of their queen and their kingdom on a tour with a band called Kabana Lahui. That band was pioneering the string band styles that would come to shape and direct the future of modern America in what we now think of as the blues, bluegrass, country, western swing, folk music. That style, that gathering of musicians with those instruments happened here first. And for those of us who study music history, that's a very significant detail. This is a guitar that was originally made in 1915 by the C.F. Martin Guitar Company. And at that time, this guitar was the biggest, loudest acoustic guitar the Martin Guitar Company had ever made. Shortly thereafter, the guitar was renamed from the Kealakai model to the Dreadnought guitar. This is the ancestor to every Dreadnought guitar in the world, and it's been recreated by the Martin Company for the first time in over 100 years. This guitar just returned from Nashville, where we've been filming with the best country, bluegrass, and western swing musicians. We're going to be filming here in Hawaii with John Cruz, who we are blessed to have with us tonight, with Ledward Ka'apana, with Kavika Kahiapa, with all of our favorite guys, telling the true story of Hawaiian music and Hawaiian music history. I was doing some research the other day in Prince Kuhio's manuscript collection, and I'd like to read a little letter. This is a letter just about the time this guitar was born. Hawaiian string bands and Hawaiian steel guitar music had taken over the world. It was selling more records than any other style of music. The design of the instruments were being louder, more powerful to accommodate this Hawaiian vision of string band music. And it caused some problems. And I have here a letter that was written to Prince Kuhio on August 19th, 1916 by a man named Tandy Mackenzie. If you know Tandy Mackenzie's story, he was known as the Hawaiian Caruso of his time. He was an opera singer, but also a string band player. And he says, "Dear sir and brother, for the benefit of the Hawaiian music and musicians in general, the following committee of Hawaiian musicians has conceived the idea of organizing the Hawaiian Musical Club and hereby ask your kind cooperation. This club has for its purpose the betterment and conditions both socially and financially of the Hawaiians who are now engaged professionally in the United States. The benefits derived will be innumerable, as can readily be seen. Quite a number of musicians of different races, spurred by the popularity of the Hawaiian successes, have unscrupulously usurped the names as well as the mannerisms of our countrymen and women." Same old story, right? "And have reaped untold profits thereby. This is one of the faults that this society shall correct." He goes on to talk, but this is what Prince Kuhio was doing in Washington. He was looking out for his musicians. The musicians of his generation were the troubadours. They were the messengers. They were the patriots of their kingdom and their queen. So I think it's an interesting, there's other letters here, and if you want to go to our website at kcpstrings.com, we're going to have all of the manuscripts of Prince Kuhio, photographs. We're also working on a translation campaign for all the letters that were written home to the Nupepa by these musicians as they're traveling the world between 1880 and 1940. And we have a letter here. Do we have time for this or no? No more time. Okay, so kcpstrings.com. I'm honored to be here today. Mahalo nui. Mahina puka. Ahui ho.
Mahalo nui. Kylan Reese of Kealakai Pacific Center. Please check out their website and learn more. Please, again, let's engage with those resources. Music is sustenance for our soul. So is hula. So is our mo'olelo. And, as we know, a song plays and it just takes you back. It brings you a memory, brings you a certain fragrance, something that just touches you. And so these next musicians, when I think of some of my best times in college, it's Mele from Darren Benitez, Moke Boy Khmer Aloha, and Max Sanchez. So without further ado, please let's welcome these gentlemen from representing Nanakuli and Waianae, Darren Benitez, Moke Boy Khmer Aloha, and Max Sanchez. Aloha.
Here's a song that is an Ohana song, written by my kupuna, Abigail Pili Aloha. Aloha i waiana, he malu i ka uluniu kaulana o pokai, he hani ke I ke aku. Aloha i waiana, he malu i ka uluniu kaulana o pokai, he hani ke Kila ka hua hivi ka hui ka no ulu vehi I ka maile lauli he anga hui hui kila ka hua hivi ka hui ka no ulu vehi I ka maile lauli he ala hui Kanipila Panakamakan ke kaya ulu he he mali he ke ala o ka avapuri Makani he kaya ulu, he he mali he Oye ke ala o ka avapuhi, he mua ala o Singing of the beauty of Waianae, from Nanakuli to Makaha, where the cousins get together in Kanikapila. Yes. Aina mai ka puana, o Waianae ku'uhome, home I aloha I mapola, e home poni na ole. Aina mai ka puana, o Waianae ku'uhome, home I aloha I mapola, e home poni na ole. From the island of Waianae. Aloha ohana. My name is Boke Kami Aloha, Brother Darren Benitez, Brother Max Sanchez, and we hail from the mighty, mighty island of Waianae. It's not an island, but I cut them off at the electric plant, and the rest is all island right there. Waianae.
You know, I live in Waianae Valley, but I wasn't fortunate enough to have Hawaiian on my birth certificate.
He get Hawaiian inside,
So
guarantee.
I only can look into the homestead. I live across the homestead.
Across the street, that's
the
the
Puerto
same
Rican
thing.
homestead, right down the road. But it's an honor to represent the Hawaiian homestead.
Yeah.
Thank God for this man, all
Mahalo,
the hard work that he
mahalo.
did, Prince Kuhio.
Yes.
Here's a song that I wrote for a mother and a baby whale that I saw out in Makua. Thank you. What homestead you live in, Max? No, I joke. Puerto Rican too.
Sorry, Portuguese.
Oh, I'm sorry, Max. We'd like to leave you folks with this song.
God bless you, folks. The Lord bless you and be with you in your 2021.
Yeah, keeping us all safe. Mahalo ya Yesu.
Ho, come on, ho, ke ka uli
Father, thank you, Lord. Thank you for your blessings upon each one that is here, Lord. Thank you for bringing us through 2020, Lord. We ask you, Father God, be with the ohana. Peace be upon the family from the youngest to the oldest, Lord. We thank you for our kupuna who went before us, who set the way. That today, Father God, we have music that heals, Lord, the spirit and the soul. Have your way in us as we move forward. In Jesus' mighty name, amen and amen.
Mahalo, Darren, Moke Boy, and Max. One more round of applause, everybody. They came from the west side.
Anniversary of the Hawaiian Homestead Commission Act. I have ohana on the island of Maui who live up in the Keokea and Waiahuli area in that part of the Hawaiian Homestead land. Beautiful area. You have that incredible view from down Haleakala looking down towards the West Maui Mountains, and very, very special place. And I think of all the incredible accomplishments that Prince Kuhio did in his life, from creating Pearl Harbor dredging to the wharf in Hilo, to revitalizing the Hawaiian Civic Club, and so many things that he contributed to the people here in Hawaii. And my family line, which goes back to Pi'ilani on the island of Maui, lived for many generations in the Palama area, Kalihi Palama. There's still a Peterson Lane that you can find right off of King Street if you go down in that area. Not far from Mu'olaulani, where Liliuokalani had a beautiful home as well. And so I think of that era and that heritage and the amazing efforts that were made to give land back to the Hawaiian people. So I share this mele in honor of Prince Kuhio.
Aloha kākou apau. I am Kolomona Hanohano from the island of Lanai. I'm very happy to be here this evening, and along with me is...
Lehua Matsuoka.
We bring you greetings from the island of Lanai, who only recently, within the last 20 years, have become a part of the Hawaiian Homelands program. So for us, being a part of the Ohana is very new, but we appreciate. I tell you a story about how we have been able to pursue this effort on the island of Lanai so that we are now homesteaders on Lanai. It was a vision of my aunt, Kumuhula Elaine Kaupuiki, who many decades ago went up to Washington, D.C. and petitioned our congressional delegates to consider including Lanai in the Hawaiian Homelands program. And she never gave up that vision. But it took many years, so only in 2004, the island of Lanai would finally come into the Hawaiian Homelands program. And I think because of her vision to make a place for the people of Lanai that are beneficiaries as Native Hawaiians, that they can be in homelands on their own island. And so I put together a mele oli, which describes two plants on the island of Lanai. It is our kaunoa and the pohuehue. And as I watched them along the shorelines of Kai'olohia on Lanai, I thought about the relationship that these two plants, and I began to write this story of a love affair that these two plants have. And the story begins with the pohuehue covering the shorelines of Lanai from Kai'olohia to Kalaihi and then at Lopa. And only after the pohuehue has flowered and then seeded, she calls upon the kaunoa to reach upward and embrace her. Now we all know kaunoa has no roots, so it must depend on a host, and the pohuehue serves as that host. And then by reaching up to the pohuehue, kaunoa now gets all of her nourishment from the pohuehue. And in that embrace under the salt air from Kai'olohia, the pohuehue goes to sleep. She rests as all of the nourishment is given to kaunoa. And then the kaunoa will now flourish along the shorelines of Lanai, and then having an opportunity now to flower and seed. Until there is no more to give, they both go to sleep. And so for a time, there will be nothing on the shorelines of Lanai. And then when the next rains come, aue, the pohuehue comes. And then flowering, seeding, kaunoa will reach up and embrace her. It reminded me that this is a story of support. It is a story of continuation. And had kaunoa preceded the blooming of pohuehue, perhaps they would not be there. And then I look back at my aunt and her vision and her efforts to be persistent, that the vision now to make real is that kaunoa and pohuehue take care of one another, and therefore they both can have their place in our beautiful islands. And our aunt, Kumuhula Elaine Kaupuiki, in her vision now makes real for us the fact that we have a place to live that is our homelands, and our responsibility is no different from that of the pohuehue and the kaunoa, that if we malama and we take care of each other, our island lanai will continue to give us an opportunity to be, and we are thankful that we can be a part of a Homelands program. So, mahalo to our Prince, Jonah Kuhio Kalani Anaole, and for his vision to help make this available to us, and mahalo for allowing Lanai now to be a part of that. So we'd like to give you this oli that was created and dedicate this to the Homelands program, to our Prince, and also to remember our kupuna who strive to make this possible. And so we give you this chant.
E o mai ke kaunoa o lana I mua e lehina ni ke au o hale a kala ulua e na tapo hue ma kai olohia o ka hale ka malui ka makani ka lohi o ulu mai I mua me ka nani puale e kono me ke kaunoa e pulikia hey, me ta ehu, hawi pio ana oia. Alohi lohi ika, moi hola tapo hue, moi ana mahala lo kala, po ika noe. Mahana ke kaunoa, ka uluwehi ana make ka kai, mai kai olohia ka laihi, ilo pa I laila. Ma kanala haole o kanani, ita mahele, e hanohano na inoa. O kapo e o lanai, me I ka ho'okahi e, ke aloha pau ole o ke kaunoa. Hei noa no ke kaunoa o lanai I mua.
A e holo mua e ho'opula o lanai.
Eo.
Mahalo nui, all the way from Lanai. Mahalo, Uncle Sal and Auntie Lehua. You know, Auntie Tilein Kapuiki was one of Lanai's last kumuhulas.
Aye.
And she came from a long line of hula, as well as chanters, as Uncle explained a little bit earlier. So we are so grateful that we have representation of Lanai. I know kaulula au, yeah?
Aye. You know, this evening has been very celebratory, and we've been singing our praises, extolling Prince Kuhio Anahola. And at the same time, there are some things that need to be continued to improve and strengthen, just like any institution, any movement, any ohana even, right?
Yeah.
There are always things to be improved, to be strengthened. So between 1991 and 1995, approximately 2,700 Native Hawaiian beneficiaries filed claims against the state of Hawaii for breaches of trust that occurred between August 21st, 1959 and June 30th, 1988. Most of the claims were for delays in awarding homesteads. Example, waiting list claims.
Waiting list.
Yes. So today, there are an estimated 28,000 individuals on the wait list. And there's so much that we can do to get involved
to strengthen our efforts. DHHL is updating its general plan, which occurs every 20 years. This is really important for all of us to know, those of our Aina Ho'opulapula. DHHL's general plan is the first opportunity within the department's planning system for beneficiaries to provide their input into future policies and strategies that are designed to guide the utilization of trust resources in the implementation of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So for more information, please visit the website that is going to be shown to you, and let's get involved. E ala mai. E ala mai.
I wanted to just share a little on behalf of all those ohana and the kupuna that has waited for land and never got their land. It's very kaumaha for those families. And a lot of those families and those Hawaiian people were short of 50%. Sometimes it made them feel less Hawaiian because they couldn't acquire Hawaiian homes. The rest of the evening will be dedicated to all those families and ohanas and our kupunas that have been on the waiting list and never got their properties. I have many ohana like that. I think my auntie is still alive. Kapua, how many years? Kapua? How many years, Grandma, on the waiting list? 70?
At least 30. 30. My grandma? 30.
Yeah. Okay, Grandma has been on the waiting list for about 30 years. I have an auntie in Waimea, Hawaii, who's been on the waiting list, I think, for almost 70 years. And she passed a couple years ago. So all of this ohana, we have to remember that they steadfast, Prince Kuhio, he wakokua, and sometimes sad. So we're going to dedicate it to all the ohana as well who had their tutus wait and never got their property. So we just put a kakua to ho'omalu everybody and hopefully something vehe, yeah?
And let's get involved. So please seek out information of how you can get involved with DHHL's update of the general plan. Mahalo.
Okay, folks, this next entertainer, ohana here, of the Wahine Koa family. And so this is cousin John Cruz, ohana. His grandmother was Auntie Mariah Suganuma. She was the one that started the first preschool in Papakolea in the 40s. And is anybody here that went to the preschool? Uncle Al. Can we get a shot on Uncle Al? Kuiluna.
Kuiluna.
Uncle, stand up. This is Uncle Al. He was what year, Uncle? What year? You remember what year you was at Papakolea school? 40s, 50s. Okay, 52. Long time ago. Yes, and so for those of you that are not familiar, or most of you are, in fact, we all are, when we say we go to Grandma's house on a weekend, clean yard, if we not go what? And Grandma, she like the poi real what?
Sawa.
That is John's grandma. So we're going to turn a round of applause for cousin John Cruz and talk about Auntie Mariah a little bit, cousin.
I'm representing our 25%ers over here. 25%ers. Still hoping. Cross the fingers and the toes. Just the facts, just the facts. From the mountains to the ocean, from the river to the leeward side. On the island, we do it island style. From the mountain to the ocean, from the river to the leeward side. From where? From the mountain to the ocean, from the river to the leeward side. And then from the mountain to the ocean, from the river to the leeward side. Hey, all right. This next song I wrote, dedicated to all the people out there who think they get them. There's a sing-along part too. I'll teach you. When it comes up, you're gonna know it. You think you get them, but you know more young. You had nice truck, but they went toyo. You get one father, but you don't know him. You get feelings, but you had time show you. What's the matter, you girl? What's the matter, me? What's the matter, me? Open up your heart. Open up your heart, girl, so everybody can see. So everybody can see. See all the feelings on the inside, all the feelings on the west side. West side people, hey. All the feelings on the windward side. Show me the feelings, bring them outside. So let's repeat the last word of the line. You think you get them, but you know moyo. You had nice truck, but they went toyo. You pull ahead, but you still like broyo. You get feeling, but you hard time show you. What's the matter, you girl? What's the matter, me? What's the matter, me? Yeah, what's the matter, you? Open up your heart. Open up your heart. So everybody can see. So everybody can see. I like to see you. Okay. All the feelings in your now. All the ones they lost the loud. Show me the feelings in your loud. Keep on feeling till the song power. Not power yet. Look out. What's the matter, you girl? What's the matter, me? What's the matter, me? Open up your heart. Open up your heart. So everybody can see. So everybody can see. I saw him already. I said, what's the matter? You think you get them, but you know more. You think you get them, but you know more. You think you get them, you know more. Thank you. Hey. I had them, but I lost them.
How's about a Hanohano, everybody? Johnny, you get time for Hanohano, or you gotta fly back Maui? Okay, Johnny came in from Maui, everybody, so we're gonna do him on Hanohano, 1 minute Hanohano, hurry up. Hurry up. We'll do down, D minor. We hold the A, like it's kind of a little bit, you go see. So, D minor. So I was cooking, cooking for 20 people. 5 hours I was in the kitchen.
Stuff in the stove, stuff on top of the prepping stuff on the side. I had this one fly. You know what I mean? Kept telling myself, I don't have time now, but you gonna get it. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. No ask me why. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. No ask me why. This fly gon' die. I was washing the vegetables, then I was cutting the meat. That's when I saw this bugger. I think he wanted to eat. He came in through the window, opened the screen door. And when I find out, I say, he not gonna be here no more. Let me see. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. No ask me why. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. Another line. This fly gon' die. The pan sit on the counter. The dinner one on the stove. I saw him sucking the garlic. I saw him licking the clove. But when I saw him buzzing around the color line, that's when I told my cousin, bruh, this fly gon' die. Help me sing. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. No ask me why. This fly gon' die. That's right. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. No ask me why. This brother, go party. Guy named Jesus told me, thou shalt not kill. Then this brother named Buddha said, brother, just let him chill. And me, I don't know nothing, so don't ask me why. But I'm gonna tell you something. What? This fly gon' die. Amen. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. No ask me why. This fly gon' die. That's right. This fly gon' die. This fly gon' die. Don't ask me why. This fly gon' die. I never kill him. I never kill him. They're real sensitive about that kind of stuff. You know, you ain't kill him. Oh, I made one deal. I get the song, he gets to live. So.
Mary. How's a round of applause for John Cruz, everybody? Marlene, control your cousin. Marlene, control your cousin. So, I'd like to say aloha and introduce. We have Chinky Mahoy and his wife Linda Mahoy. How's a round of applause to him? They took overall winners at the Merry Monarch this year. My hula brother. And then also his first Miss Aloha Hula. This is Marlene Keahi. And she's cousins to cousin John Cruz of the Wahinekoa family that hails out of Hana and what's the name? Honokohau. Yeah, see, he's smart. You know the genealogy. 2 cracks he gonna get. Okay, folks, we're gonna ask this wonderful. I'm gonna introduce all of them. At my far left, it's a young and upcoming talent. Actually, my cousin Ho'o couldn't make it this evening, so I said, okay, you gotta give me somebody and make sure they're up to par. Kamea, kamea, kamea. And she gave me the youngest one. But this boy is my kai. This is Kamanao Sarsona, everybody. Hey, hey. Hailing from the Anahola Pula Pula of Waimanalo. Next to her is my cousin. This is my cousin Kapua Kalua. She is from the hard bottle line, the Naha line, the Pa'o line, the Kanomoku line, from her grandmother, her mom's mom. Her mother's father is Ohana to us there, the Kailiuli Ching Ohana Papakolea.
The Ching family.
Yes, the Ching family. And that's my cousin Kapua. This is my cousin Lena Robbins. Tamure. And she is of the Pula'a line, Mary Pula'a Robbins, for those of you that are familiar with songs like Palolo. Yeah, she haku that. And cousin, from Ka'u? Keli Aukai is also the Ohana from Ka'u. And she's also a Lincoln, which is Ohana to us as well. Okay, and this is my brother Aina. He's number 5 of our Ohana. And yeah, he's the one that keep all of us in line. Nobody act up. This is my brother Aina over here. And this is my cousin Casey Olsen. And they come from the Ka'opula Woho line as well. And this is, for those of you that remember Billy Hewlin, one of Hawaii's renowned steel guitar players. This is the Mo'opuna, and his father, who passed away, also Uncle Hiram's Jiggs Olsen. My cousin Casey Olsen. Okay, Connie for us a little bit. Go, hit it.
Okay, at this time, once again, aloha nui a kakopauloa. We're so happy to be here as we all celebrate together. Hanohano Kuhio, our beloved ali'i, ke ali'i maka'aina na o Kuhio. And we'd like to do for you folks on Medley. I'm sure our ali'i love to eat. And when I think about eating, I think of plenty ohana. Plenty people from all over the whole Pula love to cook. But we're so happy to see our great friends right here. And as you folks heard, we have Haliki Aloha in the house. And we have our Auntie Tammy and our uncle over here, Uncle Daniel. We love them so much. We're going to do a food medley for all of you folks. Yeah. Whether you're at home eating Hawaiian food or pinakbet, like my brother said earlier, no matter what you're eating, please enjoy it. But we're going to sing about Hawaiian food. Please enjoy it for you folks auntie and uncle. Love you guys. And for all of us who make Hawaiian food, let's continue making. Okay, here we go. car hugs at their clothes.
Oh,
For
forever.
real, for real. Hey, oh no, hey, oh no, hey, oh no, oh no. Chanwa can. Shua. And the sugar with the beef stew, heavy on the exercise. Two scoop rice, a hamburger bun, a hot dog, kimchi, chilla, pepper water. A coolie out to a mahi. Top it all up with the aloha, show you the ha. And I don't need the hot, you know, we don't need them, I want it. Ah, hey, oh no, hey, oh no, hey, oh no, oh no, oh no. Ah, hey, oh no, no. Hey, oh no, hey, oh no, hey, oh no, hey, oh no, oh no, oh no. Ah, hey, oh no, no. Uhe, uhele. Ealaha, eala, ea. Ah, beautiful. See, and Morris, what? Nobody inuin. Oh, up yours. Manuia. Okay. All right, folks. At this time, we're gonna. Okay. You know, before we introduce the next groups, we'd like to send a special congratulations. Makaze mahina, no forget Kumuchinki. So Kumuchinki and Halau Kawairiula took honors this year at the Marimana competition. Overall, yeah. And men's first one and Kahiko. And you know, through this whole ma'i, yeah, this ma'i makahiki, yeah. It was really pakiki, and there was a lot of things that they had to makakau for. And, you know, taking the COVID test, going to this bubble, yeah, many things that we had to do and prepare for. And so, you know, we like to say congratulations to all the halaus that entered Marimana this year, 2021. It'll be a momentous year. But this was a place also where the music was recorded. So if you heard the music, it was recorded here. And so, how's about a round of applause for Mahina, everybody? She allowed them to do it here. And you know, we had Hawaiian stew that day, we had cornbread, and the next day we had chicken squash, yeah, chinks. You know, so mahalo kia kua for that. And it was going to lead me to my two brothers over there. I'm so thankful that, you know, in this short time, let me tell you, we only had about 5 weeks to make this happen. And we tried to get as much people to represent the different Anahola pula, moku o keawe, ahiki o kahelelani. And even though no homestead in kahelelani, they get homestead in Kekaha and Waimea and everywhere else. So we're always inclusive of everyone. And so I called brother to represent Nanakuli and I mahalo all night, all day. So we're so thankful to have Del Beasley and Jeff Rasmussen. And you know, two very nani leo, beautiful voices. So put your hands together one more time for Del and Jeff.
How's it, everybody? As we honor our prince, I'm just going to say a few words because the ho'opulapula for me is where I honed a lot of my craft. Because we never have nothing to do besides feed the animals and play music when Papa would let me play his guitar. So I owe a lot to it. On my road, third road, Planet Talent, the Coco brothers live two houses from me. Across the street was the Rabanis brothers and Kevin Kwan, who is the son of Leonard Kwan. So we were in a group long time ago. We were called the Kūhiō Had It. No. They were called Naleo Nanakuli, so I jumped in with them. They went on to become Third Road Delight. And, of course, you know the Cocos, John Coco. God bless their brother. But tonight, we honor the Prince, Kalani Anaole. Kiali Imakainana, one of us. They said he could punch, he could box, he could kick. So he was definitely one of us. For sure. He went. He fought. He went jail. Just like us. We honor him. We love him. Without the homestead, I don't know. Maybe I might be a rocket scientist. So, big hand for Mahina. And Mahina, if I'm not mistaken, I think this song comes from your family. Yeah, so we give you the kind of Nanakuli special. No, not that special. Kaulana maine aona na kulia iga holu na pe apula a oke kia kaulana maine aona na kulia iga holu na pe apula a oke kia. Oh yeah, give us some bottom, girl. Ahulia kunana ya puhuluea unia na helea maope kono. Ahulia kunana ya puhuluea unia na helea maope kono. Majestic sea, they close to me. Nanakuli, majestic sea, they close to me. Stay close to me. Nanakuli. Everybody sing. O Kaleo, Onamanu. Picture. Hang on. You gotta take good pictures. Might be on Facebook or might reach the Philippines and might be on Bookface. Okay, big kiki o kaina. A kiki o kaina I kapono. Nanakuli ya. A keki o kaina I kapono Nanakuli ya e hoi mai e piri e hoi mai e piri e hoi mai e one for us, eh? The few, the brown, that we still around.
Thank you very much.
Hawaiians.
Super.
Hey. Woo. Nanakuli, loosely translated in Hawaiian, means manapua man. So, my good brother over here from Waianae, Jeff Rasmussen. It's no secret, or it's common knowledge that when Ho'opulupulu came up in Nanakuli, there were many churches that were open. One of them being my grandparents' church that is still there to this Divine Truth ministry. But on Third Road, you see, we were on drugs. Our grandmother drug us to church every service. Yeah, we in youth service, old folks service, no more service, go to this service, Sunday school, Monday school, you know what I'm saying? Though the Door of Faith Protestant Church, St. Rita's down the road. You go up the road, you get the Kealohas, you get Mama Hugh. plenty churches over there. So, Jeff, we're going to come out of the red book.
Page 72.
Page 72. Yeah. We're going to give you guys pitch. Men, stay on the bottom. There's no need to go sing falsetto anymore. We have women in the church. We have women in the church. But I'll let Jeff go ahead and talk about this song a little bit for us, brother.
Okay, well, this is one of my favorite songs. I grew up in Kamakō Church in Kalihi. Although I'm from Waianae, but we go to Kalihi Church. And this is one of my favorite songs. They did this at a Pai'aina, the Hilo Church did this song that really caught my, I could really feel it. Sitting in the little church in Molokai and the Hilo Church doing their thing with this song. It was so beautiful to me, and I just fell in love with this song. And so I'm doing a new album right now, another Christian album, and this is one of the songs that's gonna be featured on it. And Del and I are in fact doing it together. So thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. This is called Jesus Keep Me Near the Cross, which is always a good reminder for me from my past life. O pa'ayau e Yesu e ko ke aloha kahia e kahe o kawai ola ke ala
With that,
Mahalo nui.
we say mahalo, aloha.
Mr. Del Beasley and Mr. Jeff Rasmussen. You know, this event this evening really came together because of Ohana, because of Hoaloha, because of our Po'e Kaiaulu. It's really because of this idea of ho'opulapula. Ho'opulapula. So if you're to look in the Pukewehewehe, pula refers to seedlings, to offshoots, to sprouts or cuttings, right? To start seedlings or cuttings, to multiply, to procreate, to rehabilitate. So what we're seeing and what we're experiencing is the resilience of our people. We can call one another, uncle, auntie, cousins, friends, neighbors, and we can put together a little pa'ina and we can enjoy because, wow, we've had quite a year, and we continue. We continue to endure, ho'omo, we continue to thrive. So this idea of aina ho'opulapula, we create spaces, kipuka, places of healing and of restoration and of creativity and inspiration in all the places that we go because we walk in the footsteps of our ancestors. So this next artist that I have the honor of introducing is a dear friend of mine. She is raised by the Aina Pula of Anahola. Not only has she been recognized for her talents via the Nahoku Hanohano and is up for, I think, 10 awards, T. She is actively pursuing the craft, the art of hakumele. And we thank her and her peers and the many kupuna that she has studied with and the various aina that continue to inspire her. And I thank you, Tita. I thank you for being part of my aina ho'opulapula for, because when we create these kinds of relationships, we all benefit, we all heal, we all thrive. That is the legacy of our kupuna, is excellence. So, ku'u ohana, ku'u lahui, one of my T's, a person that I look up to, kaina ni o kalihiwai kahaunaile of Anahola, Kauai.
Mahalo. Mahalo nui a uko a pau. I'm a very proud Kanaka, raised on Aina Ho'opulapula with my grandparents, David and Kanani Kahaunaile. But prior to that, my great-grandparents, Joseph and Elizabeth Kahaunaile, were the part of the first increment of Anahola homesteaders. And so up until now, we're on our 5th generation, who still lives on the same lots in Anahola. And that is where we have our happiest times, our saddest times, and where we have our time to learn about our ohana and get to know Anahola better. And so this evening, I'd like to share with you folks 2 of Anahola's most well-known songs, one of which was written by my great-great aunt, Kalealoha Williams, and her mother, Keali'ikua Aina Kanialama Kahanu. And then the second song by the same name, Kalalea, was written by my great-grandparents' neighbor, Uncle Jeremiah Kai'aloa Sr. And so to all of the Anahola Hawaiian homesteaders who are watching now, sing along, and all of you who may know the songs, because it's much more fun. I mean, if this is supposed to be like honoring through mele, then the best way is to sing together. I know we all eat, and then we can work our appetites for the next round. And so if these songs sound familiar to you, the best way to make it live even further is to participate in the songs. And I know we're performers here tonight and we have audience, but there's nothing like singing together just because we have a voice. And Kuhio was such a powerful voice for us in Amelika and in Honolulu, but through our homesteads, whether we live there or still have family or have connections to our homesteading community, mele will always be the joining factor because when we hear these songs, we have good memories, and that's a way to still actively participate in the place, in the spirit, and honor all of our kupunas who work really hard to take care of their homesteads. And we're still hanging on, and as the rules change, the policies change, as our families change and evolve, mele is a constant. So may we all keep singing in our homes, on the streets, with our children, with our kupuna, because that is such an important connecting factor. And so let's go to Anahola, free. We just sing and then we get there. I was so nervous, you know. Only 2 songs I gotta sing tonight, and I was like practicing and practicing. Oh, I think too is because I'm usually in line with the band, yeah. And as you can see, you get big space, and so I'm like, oh, let's stand over there, but I know. So aloha, it's nice to be here on a Friday night, yeah. Air conditioned, luau, yeah, great Hawaiian music, flowers, and so how's about a nice round of applause for our house band? Oh. They could have sang us the whole night through, and I'm just so jazzed that I get to play music with you guys, even just for 2 times. Afterwards, maybe cleanup crew, we can we can hanaho. So this song is another song from Kauai, and this is from the Muriel Lupenui collection, and it's a song called Hanohano Kalihi, and it's actually Kalihi on Kauai, and Kalihi Kai specifically, and right next to Kalihi Kai is Kalihi Wai, which is the place I'm named for. And so by request from Puka, I don't know, you was gonna dance or what? Maybe. But Hanohano Kalihi is this mele. So mahalo, ya uko apau. Let's jam.
Hanohano no kali
get so much more great Hawaiian music. So mahalo ya'uko. Aloha.
Kainani kahaunaiele.
Yeehaw! Mahalo, tita. Okay, folks, I'm going to do what I call a pattern interruption. And for those of you that are new to Olelo Makuahine, or, you know, for the Hawaiian language, there is a new platform on Instagram. And it's called He Ho'opili Mai. And one of the stars are here this evening. And she is my auntie, my cousin. And we're going to ask her to do a little melikam. Everyone, put your hands together for student Cousin Cappy. Her son is Jonah Kahanu Solitario from the group Kūhiō. But she's going to do one of my favorite songs. So if you guys remember Mr. Rogers, yeah, so they have their rendition, okay? So come, Cappy, put your hands together one more time. Pai pa'ili maya oko.
Woohoo! Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see her hula.
Okay, this is her famous song, and I love it to death.
Cousin Crappy.
Come, student cousin Cappy. She's going to do a little insert. It's called "It's a Beautiful Day in Hawaii." Okay.
Okay, ready, guys? Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if student cousin Cappy is your classmate. Put a 1 in the chat if she's your classmate.
Okay, come in the front.
Put a 1 in the chat if you're a fan of her.
Right here in the front. Okay. Okay, go. Start it. It's a beautiful day. Go. It's a beautiful day in Hawaii, a beautiful day in Hawaii. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Would you be my kumu kaholo and da 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 da.
One more time.
Oh, it's a beautiful day in Hawaii, a beautiful day in Hawaii. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Would you be my kumu? And please let me be your haumana. Hey! That's Ohana to me. My father and her is first cousins, and she's also with my other cousin, Kealo, over there. So that's the Eho Pili Mai. If you need to sharpen up on your Olelo Makuahine, check out. It's a comedy show. It's a comedy show, and you'll love it. Okay. Well, folks, at this time, it's a pleasure to introduce another Ohana. And we're so fortunate to have these two here representing the second homestead created after Ho'olehua. It was Kalamaula. And we're so happy that not only that we have Rai'atea Helm, but we have her father, Uncle Zach Helm, who is also one of our Hawaiian Homes commissioners. Mahalo Keakua, he's there. And so we got a special treat for you guys, okay? And, you know, we're very thankful we have Oivi to do these kind of things. But so pay close attention and look to the TVs that we have surrounded. You see all the 20 TVs around of you? Yeah, you see. Make pretend get 20, you guys. Make pretend. All right. Makaukau. Okay, here we go.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is George Jarrett Helm Jr. I was born and raised in Kalamaula, the Homestead site. Went to Honolulu to get an education. Instead, I lost my innocence. It is nice to be back home, and it is nice for me to share what I like, Hawaiian music. Here's a song I'd like to do for all the people that are homesteaders. I was born and raised on this district, place called Kalamaula. And my tribute to the people of Molokai.
much. I'm just so grateful to be here this evening. Mahalo to Puka, Mahina, and of course Lilia and the gang and all who made this possible. But big mahalo to my dad for bringing me to this earth. Mahalo ke akua. And just so grateful for this beautiful house band. You folks are just fabulous. That was an honor to share the stage with my uncle, my dad's brother. You know, our ohana were very fortunate to grow up on the homestead. You know, that's where I first picked up the ukulele. That's where my dad introduced me to the music of Lina Machado, Lena Alahaile, and Tijanoa Keave, and many more. That's where, you know, we would run around in the red dirt and make our own, you know, entertainment. And me and my brothers and my cousins, we would run around. But I would definitely see my dad, you know, as the example of, you know, aina ho'opulapula and, you know, caring for the land. He is still a mahi'ai today, you know, and I'm just so thankful, you know. I learned pretty much everything from my dad. You know, that saying, you know, father's girl, you know, that's I'm
Oh,
just,
Enough
we're
already.
very alike.
Enough already.
But anyway,
Thank
I would love if my dad could share a few words.
Yeah, mahalo, Mahina, Puka. You guys were so elegant and awesome. You know, giving the history of our Prince Kuhio. A lot of us did not know and did not realize his legacy and mission and vision for our Hawaiian people. But you know, I was appointed in 2018. Had no idea what I was getting myself into, honestly. But you know, there's some great benefits and great things that happened even prior to when I got appointed and during the time I got appointed. But you know, but we have still not have fulfilled our obligation, our mission for our people. You know, a lot of leaders, they can talk all they want, but you ask them, do you listen to our beneficiaries? I think they come first than anything else. So if we listen to their concerns and give them the voice, you know, to me, that's the only way we're going to know. Because, you know, throughout the 2 years that or 2.5 years, because COVID stopped everything, but I went to all of the islands, and there's people that were, you know, frustrated, angry, you know, they just share their concerns. And there's people that come out and thank the commission and thank the department. But there's so much work left to do. And you know, I'm committed to finish the legacy of the late Prince Kuhio Kalani Anahola. So, you know, yeah, so that today, this morning we had a centennial celebration at the Kapolei Hawaiian Homes facility, and that was a very beautiful ceremony. So anyway, I just wanted to share the Helm Ohana. I'm a second generation of my dad, George Jared Helm Sr., and also my mom is Melanie Koko Kanoho Wailuku, Ke Aloha Nui Helm. And you know, my mom is born and raised in Kaupo and Hana, and also was raised on Oahu. And my dad, most of his life was raised on Maui, Punane, and Makawao. So we come from my dad's side, come from the Ka'o'o Ohana from Kohala, Big Island. And so this is the third generation of our family. So my mom and dad got their homestead in 1948 in Kalama'ula. They wasn't the first settlers in 1920, of course, but then they were farmers. My mom and dad just worked on land, and I'm continuing to do that on my homestead. So I work 24/7. I retired in 2014, but I'm working much harder now than ever before. It's crazy, but the kind of work I'm doing, the feeling is good, you know, because of that man right there, provided that land for us. Wonderful, but I'm sad to say that there's still 28,000 plus people on the waiting list, and my responsibility is to take care of them and try to get more people on the land. But we need the kala, no more the kala. So we gotta work with our congressional people, our governor, our state legislature, and you guys help me put pressure on them. Give us the kala, put the people on the aina, okay? Because we lost plenty of our aina. So let's get it back.
Mahalo, Daddy, yes.
Yes.
We'd like to finish with a song. You know, I remember Dad singing this when I was a kid, and it speaks of a beautiful, hidden, a secret place, a sacred place. It's over on the north peninsula of Molokai, and we got to visit there, visit the residents, and learn about more ohana that are from that area as well, that were taken there, you know, to live. This song that I love to hear my dad sing. He's gonna perform a song entitled Kalau Papa.
And I just wanted to add, the late Oliver Kelly did this song, and he's my good friend, and he has a lot of aloha and love for this beautiful peninsula of Kalapapa. So, mahalo. At the end of the pali, there's a land so few ever knew. It's the end of the rainbow. Halapapa, where the angels will guide you to mountains, valleys, and streams. It's a heaven on earth, my Kaulapapa, my Kaulapapa, Christ to you. Remember us, return to us, Eho imai, fare thee well, my Kalapapa. In my heart you always will be, all the gold in the world, my Kalapapa, my Kalapapa, Christ to you, remember us, return to us, Eho imai, very well, my Kalapapa. In my heart you always will be, all the gold in the world, and the rainbows and Kalapapa, oh many blue eyes. Kalapapa, oh many blue
Zachary Helm and Ryatea Helm Harrison. Mahalo, guys. Thank you, Ohana. Love you guys. So, Naniloa, Naniloa. Okay, folks, at this time I wanted to kind of pala'au with Uncle Aaron. So Uncle Aaron was the one who did the opening pule in our Olelo Makuahine, and he's Ohana to us. And from the Mahi line, for those of you that are familiar with Mokuahauen genealogy, Uncle Aaron is very akamai that he was also the World Hawaiian Band leader for many years. A round of applause for Uncle Aaron Mahi. Round of applause, please. Not only that, he's a legend. He's a living legend in our time. And we, with Kylan Reese, who was here a little bit earlier, we created the Sovereign String Band. And it tells about the string instruments and how now music throughout the world was inspired by the Hawaiian musicians, Nalani Eha, and you know, Prince Kuhio, the next generation. But our living legacy, this man right here, is very important to a lot of us in Ohana. So I'm just gonna have him share a little bit of what Uncle's doing now with Pacific Partners in Development. Yeah, Uncle.
Mahalo, Puka. I was just so pleased to come tonight and to share with all of you. And first to Ho'omaika Ikeakua for his wonderful blessings that he showers upon us, and especially through the life of our Jonah Kuhio Kalani Anaole, and to be in the midst of all of these wonderful musicians and all these, I have to call them all opio, because I tell you, they're so ill, you know, they work so well and doing everything in getting things ready for today. Puka said come a little early just to get settled and get ready. And I was so moved by all of them and the wonderful future we have in our Hawaii. My work right now is with, of course, I was at the Royal Hawaiian Band for about 24 years. And with Department of Education, I was also with Honolulu Symphony since 1976. I don't know how many years that was, until 2010. And then, of course, now we have our new Hawaii Symphony. And just did a concert of the music of our Queen Liliuokalani, and Ryatea was on that wonderful performance of her mele, and Del was all with us this past weekend celebrating the compositions, the hakumele of our Queen Liliuokalani. I guess my work right now is to sustain the concepts of our beautiful culture, which so many of you all do already. I mean, just being who you are and coming from where you were nurtured, where you all grew up, the values that we learned from our parents. You know, I'm looking amongst all of you and I see your parents, I see your grandparents, and just how much of a wonderful influence they all had on us. And so I'm doing cultural work with Partners in Development Foundation. We are in our Hawaiian communities, spreading the nurturing ideas of early education, and also youth safety, also those that are, you know, our nelehune, who are difficult having housing. We're talking about housing right now, of course, and getting our Hawaiian homes, but many of our Hawaiians don't even have aina, you know, so many of them were on the beaches. Many years we spent out in the, I remember all along the Waianae coast, the Zablan Beach, Kea'au, and of course we still have Annie Twinkles out there at the harbor, who's doing a wonderful work with our aina ho'opulapula, you know, Waianae. You know, it's just a time for all of us to, like what Mahina said, you know, let's all get involved. Let's all get into the positive movement of bringing our people to the best level of their existence, of what our akua intends for them. And no doubt, Jonah Kuhio Kalani Anahola saw that. And I'm just so thankful that I can still function and in the best I can to create that right kind of atmosphere, that right kind of pride, that right kind of avenues by which our Hawaiian people can lift themselves up, compete, and also thrive in our own aina. We have many of our Hawaiians who are living in other places, I mean on the West Coast and all throughout the nation, and we have to think about what happens here to our own aina of Hawaii. And so mahalo all of you for coming and supporting. Many of you who have all your stories. I was so moved by those wonderful stories that through Puka and all of his ohana here, sharing of the days of the early days of growing up in their various aina ho'opula. And the mele, of course, what Kainani said, is a reflection of that experience, of which we all can be proud of, and all can hold up our heads. And I just felt filled with that feeling of joy, of that oli within myself. Hearing the songs tonight, seeing George over there, and then after Zach had the voice coming over with sister. Oh, I tell you, it just moved me so much. And I want to thank Akua for bringing us here together. And Iola, no kakako po e Hawaii a pau. Ya, ika ke e ana i ka ho'ole ana i nā kokako lanakila. Ka lina lanakila o ka Hawaii e nei a pau. Mahalo nui. Mahalo nui no ka ho'oko ana mai. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Uncle Aaron. Thank you. Okay, folks, moving right along. This next special guest, he sits on the board at the PCDC, and he is the Kupa Oka'aina o Papakolea. And this is our Uncle Sam Kaina, everybody. It hails from the Kaina Ohana of Papakolea, a wonderful, wonderful musician, a legend in his own right as well. And he will be featuring a mele that was written especially for Papakolea. Uncle, you can talk a little bit about that. Put your hands together for Sam Kaina.
Hey. Mahalo, aloha. This is difficult to be following right at the end of Dad. We're in the back watching, and what a special gift that your dad is still here, and your dad can sing with you, right? What a privilege, what an honor, what a blessing. Following right at the end of Dad is worse than following Chinky Mahoy at Mary Monarch with Sunny Ching. Melia Mele Mele, o Papakolea was gifted to us by Auntie Alice, Namaki Lua, probably about 1970. There was a group of people from Papakolea that formed a group to go out and perform. They were called the Mele o Papakolea. Ainzi Hale Manu, Kamai Kapanui, the Kapiko sisters, the Kunipo sisters, Stephen Freides. And then we got desperate and we went outside of the community. And we brought in Kimo Alama, Tony Ho. We were fortunate. So Auntie gave us this song. And if you've ever met Auntie Alice, she was a stickler for pronunciations, enunciations. She had no problems walking up to the stage and stopping you, okay? And that was so terrifying. But it taught you that, you better do your homework. You better get it together, right? Because this kupuna is going to come up. And all they were doing was trying to help you, to make you better. The gift was given to me many, many years when I was with Namele. When I started to play music, my dad said, do not play for the money, play for the love of playing, because one day that gift that Kūhiō gave you can easily be taken away. So mahalo Lilia for convincing me to come. Punike Kaoha, I know you're out there. Adrian, I know you're out there. To the board, PCDC, to Kapoe, this is for you. This is for you. I'm currently working on the third verse for this song. Melia, mele, mele, oh, Papakolea. So coming from, Papakolea, left our doors open, never locked our cars. We had no alarms. The dogs without alarms. Things have definitely changed, not just at Papakolea, but I think at all our Hawaiian homesteads. We have been faced with so much changes that our people have a hard time grasping. Uncle spoke about 28,000 people on the waiting list. Will that list ever get shortened? Only time will tell. Will my children be able to get Hawaiian homestead in their lifetime? I was fortunate. I did not get Hawaiian homestead, but I was fortunate enough to be able to go and buy my own home at another community. It's just not the same. So I miss being at Papakolea. I thank Lilia for inviting me back to be on the board of PCDC. We're doing great things, unbelievable things up there you would not imagine. Link up with Lilia. She'll share this, all that's happening in Papakolea with you. Mahina mahalo, puka mahalo, uhene. Thank you so much. I feel so old standing next to you guys. Usually I have somebody on my right, somebody on my left. I asked to put the kahilis next to me, but that didn't work. I'm going to do this song. I know Puka wanted to hear something else, but I'm going to do this song. We owe a lot to those who have come before us. Kainani, keep on writing those beautiful music that you do. Yeah, just thank you so much for always sharing your talents with us. So, o kamahina, lana kamanao I kau oha, I kuhonua wahi mai, o namu o kamaaloha amu, no kavelina e ili o kalani. Kaulana I ono o mu o laulani, malama o lano na lei. I miana I kau I ini ai ke aloha, kana au kano e au. Ke ia no na pono, no Hanohano e ka pala makapua, ha'aheo o ka lemalani. Ilaila no ike, makaia koloko mai kai, no nakama, ha'ua piha lapo, me ka aloha no e ili o kalani. Haina ia ka puana I loa Puhonua nani a mai kai ka apuni ne apuni Hawaii no na pono wana kamale lehu Puhonua no kalauna e mau ko inoa e liu o kalani aina ia ka puana ilo e ia puhonua nani a mai kalani a apuni ne apuni Hawaii no na pono wana kamale lehu puhonua no kalana e mau ko inoa e liliu o ka wani.
Uncle Sam Kaina from Papakolea, Oahu, 96813. Everybody, can you focus yourselves to the monitors that we have here? We have a special presentation all the way from Hawaii Island.
Anoa'i ke laha kākou. We are so honored to be a part of Hanohano Kuhio.
Hanohano Kuhio is the 100th anniversary of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. We are here celebrating our music, and we are thankful to Kuhio for having this wonderful opportunity for our Hawaiians. This is my brother Sunny, I'm Nani, and this is Lorna, and we share some island music with all of you. Today we begin with a song called No Kohala, and it really describes our Anahola, where we were born and where we were raised. And it's really a part of our Aina, a part of our land, and a part of us. And that is truly what Kuhio wanted for our people of Hawaii.
Ka
We are here in Waimea, and Waimea is part of the Hawaiian Homes Commissions Act way back when, and one of the most prominent people at that time was Uncle Sonny Kūhiō.
Yeah. He stood as a very strong advocate for Hawaiian people here because his movement was they were waiting on the list for many, many years. And by the time some of these names were read out or given to the people, some of them were too old to ho'opulapula or work on their land. So Uncle Sonny, some of them had passed. So Uncle's dream was to move and make the movement quicker. And so Sonny had an opportunity to meet Uncle Sonny.
Yeah, he was a prominent supporter of issuing Hawaiian Homes land. So he came to all of the schools back when I was a senior at Koala High School, and he came to talk to all of the Hawaiian kids to not to wait to get on the list as soon as possible, and hopefully you can acquire some of the land that was opening up here on the Big Island, especially in Waimea.
Yeah.
On part, the pasture lands and the farmlands. So he was really very influential during that period in the 70s. He was like the pioneer of that movement.
And he really wanted that for the years to come because he didn't want it to continue to move ahead and none of them would be able to ho'opulapula. But like I said, I'm excited. Our mom was a recipient, and so now today we have her property, and we're able to look at it with pride. But he didn't want it to diminish away, so we're grateful to them.
Yeah, we're grateful to them, and of course to Kuhio, for that Hawaiian Homes Act and allowing our Hawaiian people to have aina, to have land.
What I would like to see is that hopefully that they can change, or we need to find a way to change the blood quantum, because we truly believe that the Hawaiian Homes land should be in Hawaiian hands, and the quantum is what we need to change, and hopefully we can get to see that done, hopefully in our lifetime, if not in the next generation's lifetime. But that's something that needs to be addressed, because Hawaiian is a diminishing race. Eventually the quantum is not going to work. So that's something that we need to be hopeful and positive
for everyone.
It will come.
All
Again, we're here to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Hawaiian Homes Act. We are here as the Lim family celebrating our songs. So tonight we share with you Pua Olena, one of our favorite songs, and we truly hope it is one of yours. And we'd like to thank the people who've made this possible. Lilia Kapuniai, Mahina Duarte, and of course, Puka Asing. Mahalo nui, everyone. Aloha.
Ua olena, ua moi vale.
We are so grateful to the Lim Ohana of Kohala for gracing us with their beautiful leo, for taking the time and the effort to record this segment, this beautiful segment, and their mana'o as well from the Kahilu Theater. Thank you so much. Mahalo nui to our ohana in Kohala, the Lim Ohana. Now we are starting to wind down, gang, and I'm going to pass it over to Cousin Puka to introduce our very last artist, a very special artist.
So folks, as we begin to round out the evening of our first virtual concert from Papakolea, we have so many individuals and organizations to thank, including, and if we forgot anybody, we love you all, our presenting sponsor, Papakolea Community Development Corporation, Lilia Kapuniai, Hefenua International, OEV TV, Kanani Wong and K&K Productions, the Vai Vai Collective, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and our cross-posting partners. For those who provided kokua with us was also Billy V and Mento Meleapana, as well as her partner in crime on the 105.1 Kiani show. And finally, to all of you, we'd like to introduce my cousin here. She's gonna close the evening as we do it Kolarian style. I'm going to introduce you to Mandy Pomaikai Kiave Lyman. Kanane.
Okay. Aloha.
Aloha.
What an honor it is for me to be able to end the evening with all of you here in celebration of our beloved Prince Kuhio, Kalaniana Ole, and for what he did for all of us. In particular, am especially grateful. And I'll tell a little bit more of my story after this mele, but we have special hula dancers. One, okay. Yeah, Michelle, we're gonna bring her up. Come. We're gonna do this mele for you that takes us to our home, Papakolea. Here you go. it's because of times like these when we celebrate, July 9th of 1921, is it, that there was a signing of this document that allowed Mike Tutu to acquire her lot in 1953, I learned after asking my dad. And in 1953, she moved up to Papakolea from, I learned, Miller Street, where the DOE building is. I didn't even know there were homes there. And so, Kaka'ako, Puka's telling me, was the place where everybody made house and waited because they got word that this was happening. And, it was so important that we had this aina, not just so that we could go back and take care of the aina, but so that we could take care of us, our people, the heart of our people. And in that document, it talks about how bringing us together would allow us to preserve not just aina, but culture, traditions, our ways and our heart. And so I really appreciated that, because when I went to Ainae, to Kulanui, and I was away for a while, I had that longing. We have that connection to our home. And it wasn't just because we missed our ohana, we missed the neighborhood, the community. And not everyone has the ability, 30, 35, 40 years later, to be able to go back to the same home that I grew up in, as a little child. And my keiki are now able to come into that home and be blessed. And my dad is doing what his older brothers did and weed whacking on that hill in Papakolea. We have a way of standing on the hill and holding the weed whacker, and then when we hear the weed whacker in the morning on Saturdays, we go, oh no, because we know that we're gonna have to, as the keiki, go out on the hill and figure out how to rake the grass down and put it in the bag. You gotta put the bag and then let it fall into the bag. And that was our way of taking care of that aina and making it a place that we could call home. And it's a blessing for me to be able to live there still today. And not just on the same aina, but amongst all of our tutus things, And so, yes, it's like living in a museum. But music was fostered there, and we do what we do. If it weren't for communities and homes like this, we wouldn't be able to preserve culture and tradition through our mele, like Kainani was saying. And so we stay home, we play music. You hear somebody up the road, down the road playing music. You leave your house, you walk up the road with your ukulele, you walk down the road, and everybody just plays music. And so this is one of the songs that I remember hearing my ohana sing, and it became one of my favorites. It's a Charles E. King special, and I hope you love it too. I love it. I only know one Hanohano. Puka, would you like to start it off? Anybody
Opening
else,
up to all the hula dancers, Chinky, Marlene, Lani, Kainani, everybody. Sana Papalina, Krisa, Kaikina, am I?
Come on, Ryan. Come on, Auntie Sammy. Come on. Come on, Ryan.
Mahalo nui. I am, for those of, you may not know who I am, those who are online. My name is Lilia Kapuni Ai, and I'm from Papakolea Community Development Corporation. Come here. I stand before you today. I stand before you as a very proud descendant of homesteaders, but also a proud resident of Papakolea. Everything that everybody did that came together, the production crew, Puka, all the artists, incredible artists. If it wasn't for COVID, Papakolea, where would we be? Huh? We'd be at the Pa'ina at the park. But because of what we're going through right now, we're right here, and we're doing it a different way. We're honoring Prince Kuhio because we knew 100th year we had to go large. Papakolea always goes large. So then we can go from the top of the chain all the way through the chain and invited everyone who's been carrying our message across the islands. It was just so lovely to hear every mo'olelo, Lanai, Molokai, Kauai, Hawaii Island, where I am from, Maui. Papakolea accepted me into the community 20 years ago. My grandmother, fantastic story, walked to DHHL every morning in the 40s, I think, was the 40s, mother. 40s? Anyways, she'd walk to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Do you have a lot available?
Do you have a lot available? Every morning, on her way to school. And one day they said, oh, Henrietta, we have 2 lots available, one in Papakolea and one in Waimanalo. She says, well, my husband not going to want to drive over the Pali, so we'll take Papakolea. Not knowing the, kind of understanding, but not knowing that steep topography that Pomaikai was talking about earlier, how we got to kind of master the weed whacking and all of that, the hills, yeah? But they would take them, and you know what? Mahalo nui for that. Mahalo nui for being committed to being steadfast, dedicated, and understanding. When our Prince Kuhio decided, when he drafted the legislation and fought for this for our people, that here we are today, and we are going to make this thing work, right? We're going to work the policy. We're going to continue to farm our land. We're going to continue to do all the things that he intended for us to rehabilitate our people. And my ka'iloa. So here we are 100 years later, and why do we do it? Sister. This is my little keiki over here. We didn't start this morning with my mother. Or morning, how's me? It's been a long day. So we started I felt 4 hours, okay? So my mother started with a kuhome o keokaha, and this is why we all do it. This is my keiki. She goes to ke kula kaya puni o anue nue, but this is why we do it, so that she has somewhere to live when she gets older, when she can pass on, when I can pass to her. So this is why we do it, and that's why you folks all came, all of you artists. What a fantastic lineup, Puka, and the vision. I kind of said, oh, let's do this. And then, this is what we came up with. And my ka'iloa, I appreciate all the artists, the production crew, OEV TV, Vai Vai Collective with Mahina, Kanani Wong. Oh, and hello. Nobody said nothing about the food, because who was Onoloa, the food. So for all of you who couldn't join us this year, next year, we'll see you next year. And we're going to have our pa'ina. And Uncle Sam, brother, you were supposed to be right next to me. He sits on my board. He allows me to do the things that we do so we can honor everybody in Papakolea and take our message across the road. And so, mahalo nui, Uncle Sam.
You're welcome. Kuleana, we all have kuleana. Whether you live on a homestead or not,
yep,
you need to get involved. Yeah, even the smallest involvement will turn things big. Again, I'm happy that Lilia called me. I live in rural Kunia. And she says, we need you on the board. I said, I don't live there anymore. She says, we're going to waiver it.
I said, you're a descendant.
She says, we can. And so we have. We've been doing, like I said, fabulous, fabulous things at Papakolea. I think the last grant that we just received was for 1.3.
Oh, no, we don't want to talk about that.
Okay, but these are the kind of work that we're doing up there.
So.
With this lady right here, this Mana Vahine, this outstanding. She is the one that keeps us together, keeps us moving forward, and keeps us looking at the vision that we have.
Mahalo nui. Uncle Sam, what is the closing mele? Everybody? Are we going to stand? Oh, okay, we're going to do PA. Oh! Who started us? Lonnie Girl, you're going to lead us through P-A-P-A-K-O-L-E-A.
mahalo, and aloha.
Na pua o Hawaii, kupa ma hope o ka aina, hiki mai ka elele